On a cooler and dry for now Sunday afternoon in downtown Denver, the Rockies, after losing their first series at home this year to begin the homestand, look to bounce back and get a series victory against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Hi, everybody. Jerry Schimmel along with Jeff Houston. Welcome to our booth here at Coors Field. And Jeff, this homestand has been very interesting for the Rockies. They lose 3 in a row to Arizona, get beat here Friday night in Game 1. But yesterday, a different story with that walk-off.
They sure needed that after that series you were talking about against Arizona. They'd lost 8 straight. But yesterday, they come through with a huge walk-off. And it started with Justin Morneau, who had come into this game struggling but ended up with 2 hits. He comes up in the bottom of the 10th inning, a little bloop single to right to really set the stage for a guy that's been doing it all year long in Brandon Barnes. He takes it all the way to the wall, and you're thinking, uh-oh, is it going to be close enough? Andre Ethier peels back. It goes for a walk-off triple, and you can see the excitement from this ball club chasing Brandon Barnes around. Yeah, a little Gatorade shower afterwards. All of that is fun, and it helps put away some of those memories of what's happened the last 8 ball games. But really, for Brandon Barnes, he has done it all year long. You think about him, he came in a double switch, but he also pitch hits a lot, and for him, he's figured out a way to do that, which is kind of unusual for a young player to be able to come up in that role and really succeed. But today he's getting a start against Clayton Kershaw because you want to make sure you have as many right-handed bats in the lineup as you can against him.
Yeah, Brandon Barnes, a fun guy to watch play. Hit an inside the park home run the other day as well. Really interesting pitching matchup today in Game 3. Clayton Kershaw, the ace of the staff of the Dodgers, and the Rockies ace, Jorge De La Rosa. A couple of lefties going at each other, dealing aces. We'll come back in a moment. Now we've got partially sunny skies here at Coors Field. Game 3, Rockies and the Los Angeles Dodgers. Rockies looking to win a series. They do it today. They get the series from the Dodgers the second time this year. Jeff, interesting matchup with the pitchers today. You got Jorge De La Rosa on the Rockies side, Clayton Kershaw going to the Dodgers. This is really a fun matchup this afternoon.
Well, fun depending on who you're talking to. If you're talking to the hitters, it's not going to be a whole lot of fun for these guys. For De La Rosa, a batting average against about 222. Clayton Kershaw, 240. A lot of starts for Clayton Kershaw against the Rockies, but De La Rosa, what a stud he has been. You take away the first 3 ball games for him when his ERA was just shy at 10, and what he's done here at Coors Field in the month of May, he's reestablished himself as the ace of this staff. He's coming out looking to go against the Dodger team. In his last few starts, he's 2-0 against. But as I mentioned, Clayton Kershaw, opening day starter again for the Dodgers for the 4th consecutive year. Missed some time with the shoulder issue, rounding back into form, as we can see from his numbers in June. And Clayton Kershaw, the one good thing, though, if you're looking at it from a Rockies perspective, is he has not pitched very well here at Coors Field, an ERA over 5.
Yep, the Rockies have beaten him 3 times in his career here at Coors Field. Well, it's game 3. It's a rubber game in this series. Rockies have a chance to win a series after getting swept by the Arizona Diamondbacks to start this homestand. We'll see what happens. The Rockies just 2-7 on Sundays this year. Hoping to change that this afternoon. Is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. By Inova Cancer Care, advanced non-surgical treatment of prostate cancer in only 5 sessions. Visit InovaCC.com. By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com.
That is dirty. And Kershaw strikes him out. Got him again. And he went upstairs 94 miles an hour. Strike 3 call.
Well, you've got the Rockies' best to the mound today. That is Jorge De La Rosa. His counterpart is going to be one of the best in all of baseball, Clayton Kershaw. Terrific pitching matchup this afternoon. Welcome back to Coors Field. Our coverage here on Root Sports of Rockies baseball, and the Rockies have a chance to win a series against the Los Angeles Dodgers. And here you are, starting pitching numbers brought to you by Anova for Jorge De La Rosa this season.
A 12 start for Jorge, and as I mentioned a few moments ago, you take out the first 3 appearances for him when his ERA was just about 9.5. What he's been able to accomplish lately is nothing short of spectacular. 222 batting average against for Jorge. Left-handers just a 203 average, and Adrian Gonzalez is the only true left-hander in the lineup. Sean Figgins is a switch hitter, but you also have Clayton Kershaw. But I just look at it. He took D. Gordon, Andre Ethier, said, I'm taking them out of the equation to Don Mattingly because I don't want them to have to face De La Rosa.
Our pitching starters brought to you by Anova. Painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit AnovaCC.com. De La Rosa last time out, Jeff, he wasn't happy with the way he pitched. It was okay. It wasn't great, and he was really looking for a bounce back today. And now would be a good time to have that bounce back.
But he still went 7 innings, and that's a bounce back for me. And looking at him today, expect the same.
Sean Figgins will lead off. We saw D. Gordon, the regular second baseman, leave the ball game yesterday, so he's back in the lineup. Sean Figgins today after taking D. Gordon's spot. Let's look at the lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. For the Dodgers, you saw Figgins. Hanley Ramirez moves to the number 2 hole now. Gonzalez hit 4th in each of the first 2 games. He's 3rd. Kemp, Scott Van Slyke, Jamie Romack, and Miguel Rojas. 2 young players we'll take a look at today. Drew Butera had the big double in game 1, and then Clayton Kershaw is on the mound for the Dodgers. We are ready to go. Figgins will lead off against Jorge De La Rosa. Brings in that record of 6-4. Last time out, as Jeff said, he went 7 innings, allowed in that game 3 runs in a game against Arizona. Of course, the Rockies lost all 3 against the Diamondbacks. Good to have you on board. Today we got some sun kind of creeping around, some clouds, some crazy weather earlier, but right now we're dry in downtown Denver.
Well, again, Mark Razzin, tip of the cap, and your grounds crew for covering the field at the right time, but getting it ready for game time and not having any sort of delay.
Sean Figgins with his 6th game starting in the top of the order for the Dodgers, a veteran. And his switch hitter to pitch in there, strike 1. He's a right-handed hitter against his lefty. For the Dodgers, 32-31 after yesterday's loss on the road. A very good team. They're 19-12 away from home. They're 6 games under 500 at Dodger Stadium.
That's really surprising because you think of the Dodgers, they've always been good at Dodger Stadium.
1 ball, 1 strike on Figgins.
Don Mattingly trying to figure some things out with his ball club. And June of last year, that's when they went on that tear after they called up Wig and ended up going 42-5.
Pitch to Figgins. Fastball runs inside. 2 balls and 1 strike. Figgins, a former Angel there for a long time, and with the Mariners as well, as Don Mattingly looks on. Figgins, a lot of speed. 05, he stole 62 bases. Led the American League that year.
Last 12 years, he's had 340 steals.
That's not playing at all last year. Showed bunt this time and pulled the bat back. It's 3-1. Last 8 starts for De La Rosa, 6-1 and a 2.11 earned run average. He has been terrific. Slow start the first 3-4 starts, but boys, he picked it up since. 3-1 delivery to Figgins, and that's there for a strike.
Early on, De La Rosa was so happy with the way his arm was feeling that he was overthrowing the baseball, that he wasn't using his off speed because he wanted to strike everybody out.
He was telling us, what, a month and a half ago, Jeff, he said, I feel too good. My arm feels too good. I'm throwing too hard. And the payoff pitch to Figgins, just missed low, ball 4. So defensively with the leather today for the Rockies, a little bit different look. You got DJ LeMahieu playing third. Here's the outfield. Blackman in left, Stubbs in center, and Barnes gets the start. LeMahieu is playing third base, Rutledge back at second, and Ryan Wheeler gets his first start at first base. Rosario feeling better today is behind the plate for the Rockies.
Well, Rutledge was 2 for 4 yesterday, but DJ moving over to third base is not a problem for him. You can put him wherever you want. Ryan Wheeler started at third yesterday, giving Justin Morneau a little break at first today.
Now here's the veteran shortstop Hanley Ramirez. In the month of June, struggling some at the plate, 3 for 22. Look at good power numbers. So 9 homers, 35 driven in. Pitches in there for a strike.
Well, just moved in the number 2 spot in the batting order for the Dodgers when they came to this series. And Don Mattingly asked him, said, you know, you okay with that? I know you prefer to hit somewhere else, maybe in an RBI position, but we need you here because Puig, who's not playing today, has started occupying the number 3 spot.
De La Rosa, nobody out. Man at first, working from the stretch. It's to Ramirez, a little bit low. 1 ball, 1 strike. And our umpiring crew today. Trip Gibson is behind the plate. First time we've seen him behind the plate. We saw him on the bases, of course, the first 2 games. And Dale Scott at first, Dan Iasanya at second, and Alan Porter is at third. Here's Trip Gibson. He gets a short lead, but we know he can run. Pitch runs inside again. 2 balls and 1 strike to Ramirez.
Sometimes base runners will do that. They'll shorten up against a left-hander, try to bait you into thinking, well, I'm not going to be stealing. But then they'll go first movement. So Figgins will play that game and play mind games with the pitcher. Sometimes it'll be a bigger lead. Other times it's a shorter one, but he's leaning.
There's a toss to first. That's not the great move by De La Rosa. That's just a, hey, I want to show you a baseball coming your way type of move.
Well, make sure that he doesn't go just on first move. Figgins, I think, has seen about every move possible.
Yeah. Jorge, very deliberate. He takes a lot of time between pitches, gathers focus. Now he's getting set. Again, a short lead at first base. Now an extra step for Figgins over there. And the pitch is swung on and miss. Ramirez a little tardy with that swing.
88-mile-an-hour cutter. This is an improved pitch from De La Rosa to keep the right-handers from leaning out over the plate and just saying, well, I'm going to look for a fastball away. If you make them honor that cutter, and it really is the pitch that a lot of left-handers have gone to, their odds of success are going to be higher.
2-2 the count on Ramirez. And a little bit low with the fastball. Full count on this hitter.
Back-to-back full counts to start this game for Jorge. Now how will Don Mattingly play this? Will he put Figgins in motion? Just the way they're set up, it looked like Josh Rutledge would have coverage. Call for a slide step, fastball away.
There he goes. Pitch is low. It's ball 4. And De La Rosa's walked the first 2 of the game. Both on 3-2 counts. Walked is Figgins and walked is Ramirez.
And both times it was a walk down low.
Well, De La Rosa in a bit of a jam already to start this ball game. We saw in yesterday's game Jhoulys Chacín just attack hitters with a lot of strikes early in the game, and he finished without a win or a loss. No decision for Chacín in 6 innings, but he was better yesterday. Now Adrian Gonzalez, a dangerous hitter. In his career, a lot of success against De La Rosa. 13 for 34. That's a .382 batting average.
Well, let's hope that graphic we showed a moment ago holds true. 0 for 9 in the series.
Really fighting a slump. 0 for 17. You go back to the homestand the Dodgers had.
It's been late on the swings. He's been flying out to left. quite a bit.
And the pitch is low and outside, ball one. Almost looks like, Jeff, in the series that he has tried to go to the left field side to beat that shift, and in the process getting in trouble. Any evidence of that in your mind?
Yes, because you're so consumed with hitting it that way that you make sure that you kind of drag the bat through the zone for that. I think that's what Adrian's doing. Some of those guys with the shift, they just say, well, I'm going to just try to knock it through it. I'm not going to worry about it.
Subaru brings you the manager's challenge. If there's a questionable call, instant replay will be used to determine the outcome. It's brought to you by Subaru. Love, it's what makes a Subaru a Subaru. 1-0 on Gonzalez. And that's a ball. 2 balls and no strikes. Tight strike zone.
I was
we're
going to
seeing
say.
early. Trip Gibson, the home plate umpire.
And that was down on the 4th strike zone, but it was so well received from Molina. With the naked eye, it looked like a strike at the knees.
Walks the first 2, 2-0 on Gonzalez.
And this is where you have to worry about Gonzalez and the damage he can inflict.
2-0 is fouled right back to screen. He was on the fastball.
Yes, he was. Well, for Adrian Gonzalez, he's been hitless in his last 4 ball games. That has not happened since the 2006 season when he was held hitless for 5 straight games.
This year against lefties, just 169 for his career 270. Shaking off a sign, it appears, as De La Rosa gets set. 2-1. Foul that one back. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
And that tells you when a hitter's in a slump. With Adrian Gonzalez, when you foul 2 pitches back, you're ahead in the count 2-0, 2-1. Notice how the shoulder dips down. The back shoulder works underneath the ball. Now, he has a natural uppercut swing anyway because he's a home run hitter. But when you start to do that, you'll lose the barrel, and the barrel will go down too much.
Don Mattingly was saying before Friday's game, Jeff, that he looks like he's diving at pitches. Kind of what you're getting at, I think.
Well, it's a dive. You dive, and then you have to come back up out of your swing.
Pitch here missed away, and another full count. You can just see the body language, De La Rosa trying to find some traction here early, getting the spots he wants to hit. Doesn't walk a lot of guys. And he's walked the first 2, and he's 3-2 on Gonzalez. You send the runners here, Jeff?
I wouldn't, only because it's an open throw to third base. If he does strike out, you have a tendency to run out of an inning.
Runners are not moving. The pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got it with a fastball at 95 miles an hour.
The last 2 pitches were 95 for Jorge De La Rosa. I mean, this is just a fastball. He blows by Adrian Gonzalez. That was just tip 2. Willeen held on to it.
Yeah, that was interesting. Normally against a lefty like that, the out pitch is a breaking ball for De La Rosa. Threw 2 fastballs at 95 to get him.
Like he said, he fouled off my fastballs before. I'm not going to speed up his bat and break that slider or curveball, changeup, whatever it may be, down into his swing path.
So 1 down, big first out for De La Rosa. Needed a strikeout there. Runners stay put. And now Matt Kemp. He's in center field where he's played most of his career. Ethier's got this day off. He's had an interesting series, Matt Kemp has. And the pitch inside and low, ball 1 to him. De La Rosa is going to step off the rubber, reset now. 1 ball, no strikes on Matt Kemp. 27 career home runs against the Rockies for Matt Kemp. That's number 1 on the opponent list. Figgins dancing around, taking off for third, swing and a miss. The throw to third. Safe at third base, says the umpire. Close play. Good throw by Rosario. Safe as Figgins. Ramirez stays at first.
Figgins with a late jump. Throw down. You got him on the shin. See if the right foot gets in. Boy, that's close.
And here comes Walt Weiss.
Yeah.
Walt's going to come out and talk to the umpire about this one. He waited, and I'm sure that was for a chance to talk to somebody on the phone that's handling the video for the Rockies.
Well, it's going to be Brian Jones. You look at this, slow it down.
If he got that glove on the shoe,
yeah,
should be out. Did he get on the shoe is the question.
Right, I think he did not. It looks more like the shin area. Either way, they're going to look at this again, and they can slow it down frame by frame and freeze it and do everything you need to do to determine if there was any space between the foot and the bag.
That is a tough call right there. They're going to review this. Here's the challenge by Walt Weiss. And this review brought to you by Subaru's EyeSight Driver Assist Technology, a vigilant safety feature that gives peace of mind to every drive. Manager's challenge brought to you by Subaru. One more look. If you got him on the foot, you got an out. If you didn't get the foot, he might be safe.
Almost looks like simultaneous as his foot's hitting the bag, the tag is being applied.
Again, it's an umpire in New York at the broadcast facilities for Major League Baseball that makes this determination. The umpires here are not looking at the video. They are in New York. Of course, we are here. It's an interesting angle.
It's a command center in New York. All these different camera angles. So hard to tell.
It is.
Looks like his foot just might have touched the bag before the tag was applied. Just kind of wondering why there's 3 umpires over there.
And the call him safe. Rockies lose the challenge.
4 stolen base for Figgins. 74th for the Dodgers.
One more look. And again, if you challenge a play and it's reversed, it has to be clear and convincing evidence, and there probably just wasn't that standard met on this play.
So now the question becomes, I'm still wondering why Walt's out talking to all the umpires. Because most of the time after you ask for the review, the call's made, and then you can't talk to them.
Correct. I get the feeling it was something else he might be talking to the umpires about. Interesting. The count is 1-1. That makes sense. The first pitch was inside to Kemp, and that one called as strikes. I don't think he's arguing that.
Dale Scott is the crew chief who is at first base.
So the manager will head back to dugout. It's runners at first and third. There's Dale Scott. And 1 down in the inning. 1 ball, 1 strike on Kemp. And there's Figgins at third.
Well, now you have to be concerned with Hanley Ramirez stealing a base at first. You know, he didn't go because it was just all on Figgins. There was no sign given, because if there was, then Hanley would have followed him on that double steal.
And Don Mattingly says Figgins and Gordon both have the green light anytime. And a double play ball would be what the Rockies would be looking for now. The pitch to Kemp, blocked out from the plate nicely by Rosario. 2-1.
Let's not forget, Rosario could not start yesterday's game because he was under the weather. They had to give him some fluids, and he's back out there today.
Yeah, Walt Weiss saying they were worried about him for a while yesterday. very lightheaded in the clubhouse. Not just dehydration, they figured, and he's fine today. Bull bounces back. 2-1 pitch is hammered to left center field. Stubbs hustling over. He can't get it. 2 runs are going to score. Kemp is going to touch second and head for 3. No throw to third base. It's a 2-run triple for Matt Kemp. And 2-0 Dodgers.
Kemp had a triple yesterday in the 8th inning. Now that's his second triple in 2 days. 2 triples on the year. This is a short, compact swing from Matt Kemp. But too many times already earlier in this game has De La Rosa fallen behind hitters. And now 2-1 falls behind Matt Kemp. He jumps on the fastball. He does not miss it. With this wet grass that they had, we had some showers come through about 12 o'clock. That ball skipped by Drew Stubbs.
Stubbs normally very, very good defensively in center field. Just couldn't quite get to it. Rockies toss over to first, thinking that Kemp missed first base. The umpire said no, he touched the bag. So the Rockies will bring the infield in. This is Scott Van Slyke, the hitter. Trying to cut that run off. 2-0 and just 1 down at the top of the first. Pitch to Van Slyke is a called strike 1. Name sounds familiar. It should. Andy Van Slyke, former major leaguer and a very good one, is the old man.
Part of those good teams out in Pittsburgh back in the early 90s. Left-handed hitting outfield. Now first base coach in the big leagues.
Not the start De La Rosa was thinking about when he took the mound today. He's got his sign. Still working from the stretch with a man at third. And Slyke swings and misses. Foul tipped it, and it was held on. Went off speed. It's 0-2.
That was the circle change for De La Rosa.
Not a lot of success for Van Slyke, even though he's a right-handed hitter against Jorge this year in his career. Very upright stance for Van Slyke. And the 0-2. Missed.
And a big leg kick. When he makes contact, he generates a lot of pop.
And 4 homers in very limited time this year for Scott Van Slyke. Other brother AJ is 2 years older than Scott Van Slyke. They were drafted in the same draft, 2005. This one slapped foul. It's out of play.
Their dad Andy was a 3-time All-Star, 274 average in 13 years and a little over 1,600 major league games.
It's interesting. I saw some quotes from Scott Van Slyke the other day. He said, you know, growing up, I really didn't care about baseball. My dad did, and my older brother, I said, I just want to eat cotton candy in the stands. And here he is as a big leaguer, and his brother AJ is out of baseball. 1-2 in the dirt, and a good job defensively again for Rosario.
Problem is you're climbing towards 30 pitches. That last pitch was number 27.
Just got 1 out in the inning. 2 walks to start the inning. Strikeout of Gonzalez. That was big, but then Matt Kemp triples to the gap in left center. Drives in 2, and he's at third. Two. Outside. Full count again on a hitter. Jeff, is here, if you're De La Rosa, where you have to draw on experience. I mean, he's been around this block many times early in a ball game.
And he knows how to wiggle out of these jams. But now is a chance for a strikeout. Van Slyke showed that he had trouble with the changeup earlier.
Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. There it was, the changeup. Good call. 2 outs.
You just see the swing of Van Slyke with somebody that's standing so upright, and you have a leg kick like he does. Start the ball at the knees, coming out of the hand, and then work it down into the zone. And that's what he did to Van Slyke. He didn't overthrow it. That's a problem he's had. early in this game is overthrowing pitches where he'll bury it. That time it just let the natural action of the arm take over.
Jamie Romack, the right fielder, now hitting. This is his major league debut as a starter. Swing and foul that one at the plate. Rosario back behind the plate today, and just talked to him real briefly this morning. He said he's just feeling fine. He said, I couldn't believe how sick I was yesterday. Here he is, the bull back behind the plate. But the right butt push yesterday, Mike McHenry takes his spot and has a big day.
Yeah, Michael got RBI, a couple hits. Gets a call an hour before game time.
It's like 7 for 9 in his career against Zach Greinke now. That pitch caught the outside corner. Jamie Womack from Canada, London, Ontario, former first-round pick. Infield is backed up now with 2 outs. Kim still at third. 0-2 pitch. Overthrew that, perhaps 1 ball and 2 strikes. That is 32 pitches thrown now by De La Rosa. Trying to keep the damage at just 2 runs. There's walks coming back to bite the Rockies early in this contest. More balls than strikes thrown by De La Rosa. Missed away, and it's 2-2.
Be afraid to double up on that changeup right here. You have a young hitter at the plate, making his first major league start, as you said. And that's what they're going to go with.
Changeup is the call. Here's the pitch. Low and in. Another full count.
Really overthrew that pitch.
And Romack in his first start is staying very patient against the southpaw. Just 4 at bats, 0 for 4 in his career, Romack. And the pitch, strike 3 call. That one caught the outside edge. Romack thought he had ball 4, but De La Rosa ends up striking out the side in the first inning. So 2 walks come back and bite the Rockies. 2-0. Rockies down. We head to the bottom of the first. Two walks, both score off of Jorge De La Rosa. Charlie Blackmon leads it off, and you could make the argument that Charlie Blackmon might be the top leadoff hitter in baseball these days when you look at those numbers. Here's the batting order for the Rockies after Charlie Blackmon. Going to be last night's hero Brandon Barnes playing right field today. Tulowitzki's moved up to 3 in the order. Then the Bull getting cleanup. Drew Stubbs, the starter in center. Rutledge back at second base. Ryan Wheeler and DJ LeMahieu hits 8th, and then the pitcher Jorge De La Rosa hitting 9th. And Clayton Kershaw is our Inova starting pitcher. Painless outpatient treatment of prostate cancer. Visit InovaCC.com.
For Clayton Kershaw, all you have to look at is the strikeouts. 6 of his 7 starts, he struck out at least 9 guys, and it's just phenomenal what he's able to accomplish each and every year. And this was one of the rare times that he had to go on the DL with the teres major strain, and that's in the back of the shoulder. But he did make the opening day start in Sydney.
And Charlie Blackmon takes the first pitch outside, ball 1. 26 years of age is Clayton Kershaw. At 81 wins already at the age of 26. 2-time Cy Young Award winner. 2 balls and no strikes. Blackmon's had a good history against this lefty. He's 5 for 13.
Well, most left-handers have struggled against Kershaw. 184 career batting average against hitting left-handed against Kershaw. This year 125.
Kershaw out of Dallas, Texas, Highland Park High School there. He was the top high school pitcher in the country the year he was drafted. He has not disappointed anybody in a Dodger uniform. Swinging and a miss. A little late perhaps was Charlie Blackmon there, 2-2.
Some pretty good athletes come out of that Highland Park area in Dallas.
Football and baseball.
Matt Stafford.
Yep, Matt Stafford. Doak Walker went to that high school, Highland Park High School. Bobby Lane. Swinging and a miss, strike 3. He started 2-0 on Blackmon, came back and struck out Charlie. And let's look at the defense for the Dodgers, brought to you by Excel Energy. Visit responsiblebynature.com today to learn more. With the leather today for Los Angeles, Kemp in left. I said he was in center. He's in left, Van Slyke in center, Romack in right, then Rojas, Ramirez, Figgins, Gonzalez around the infield. Drew Butera, who started behind the plate in game 1 for Clayton Kershaw.
The 2 former Major League players, their sons are in this game.
How about that? Brandon Barnes swings and fouls the first one away.
Butera, the other one, catching for the Dodgers. His dad, Sal, former Major Leaguer.
That 1 homer for Barnes, inside the park home run. Now 6 RBIs, counting that one, and then his heroics yesterday. 312 batting average. Really has hit well against the Dodgers this year. He's 7 for 12. Just a fun guy to watch play baseball.
High energy.
Isn't he, though?
Oh, he's uplifting. Brings everybody up.
Swing and a miss there on an off-speed pitch, 1-2.
Well, for Clayton Kershaw, he's a fastball, slider, changeup pitcher. Mix in some curveballs.
And the pitch to Barnes. Checked his swing. It's a called strike 3 by the home plate umpire, Trip Gibson.
Wonder if this was on the swing. Yeah, it looks like it was. And then the arsenal for Clayton Kershaw. His fastball 92 to 94 miles an hour. He'll throw it about 61% of the time. Slider. Curveball more at Dodger Stadium than he will here, but he's not afraid to throw it at altitude. Well, some pitchers will put it in their back pocket and say, "Nuh-uh, that's not happening here." But Clayton Kershaw has enough experience pitching at Coors Field that he will use it.
At Coors Field, 5-3 in his career. This one lined foul down the left field line off the bat of Troy Tulowitzki.
But you talk about 5-3, but his ERA is 5.24, and that's the highest mark of any ballpark that he has pitched out on the road.
Here it is at Dodger Stadium against the Rockies. How about 1.58? Different story here in this stadium. He struck the first 2 out, though, in this inning. 1 balls and a strike with Troy Tulowitzki. Troy leading Major League Baseball in batting average, 360. Second in the National League and with 16 home runs. Pitch ran inside.
Just the way he's taking pitches this year.
Yep.
I think
Agreed,
that's the big thing for me, just watching him as a former hitter. You know, not flinching at pitches, or if he gets a pitch, he hits it.
This one hit long but foul down the left field side. Oh my goodness, he belted that thing, but he was out in front again.
But like that swing.
On a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
He gets the foot down, pulls the hands inside, and we've got a souvenir. Yeah, hold him up.
He's probably thinking, I am way too deep to get a home run or a foul ball in this ballpark.
What a special day for him.
Yeah. Career numbers okay against Clayton Kershaw. Does have a home run in his 47 at bats. Nearly had one there. 1-2, strike 3 call. Well, the strike zone was tight in the top of this inning, a little wider it seems in the bottom of the inning. Kershaw ends up, like his counterpart, striking out the side in the first inning. 2-0, the Rockies are trailing. We'll head to the second inning of Coors Field after this. Stay with us on Road Sports. Dodgers 2-0. They get two on a couple of walks and a triple back in the first inning off of Jorge De La Rosa. You know, fans, tweet your question using the hashtag Toyota Talk, and watch as we answer your questions during the fifth inning of every game, including today in this Game 3 against the Dodgers. Terry Schemmel with Jeff Hewson at Coors Field. First two walks with De La Rosa on the mound in the first inning. Figgins and Ramirez, they both score when Matt Kemp delivered a triple with one out. And both pitchers in the first inning strike out the side. How about that?
Just a little different number of pitches to do it. De La Rosa, 35 pitches in the first inning.
And here's Miguel Rojas getting his first major league start.
Came in as a defensive replacement on Friday night. First line drive he has hit to him. He drops it, makes an error.
This is quite a story. This guy has played 11 years in minor league baseball before the call up this year with the Dodgers. 2-0 the count.
Keep chasing the dream.
Yep.
We had a lot of kids just drafted in the last 3 days that are looking at chasing that dream. Now exciting to get that opportunity, but now Rojas saying, I made it.
Yep. He'll take this pitch, 2 balls and a strike. He was at AAA Albuquerque. It was Rojas hitting .302 there in 51 games. And the catcher Butera is on deck. Here's a 2-1 pitch. And it's hit to right field, pretty well struck. Barnes on the run. Brandon's going to get there though. Make the catch. One down. It's the first out of the game that hasn't been a strikeout. Drew Butera stands in now. Jeff mentioned this back in the first inning, son of a major leaguer.
Dad Sal played for the Twins.
It's very similar players, not great offensive players, wonderful defensive catchers both. Butera had a big double in game 1 on Friday night that drove in a run. First pitch in there, a strike. Just .215 on the year for Butera.
I saw Butera a couple years ago down in the Dominican Republic. I was watching, went down there, took a team to play some games, and Butera was playing for a team out of San Pedro. Saw him catch a game in a winter ball experience. And folks, if you ever have a chance to do that, you have to do it.
Really?
It's different.
Really?
A lot of fun, though.
De La Rosa working ahead 0-2 on Butera. Just threw him a changeup. See what he's got in mind now. Swinging and a miss. Got him all tied up.
That was a cut fastball. Well, fans, the next Purple Monday is tomorrow against the Atlanta Braves, and the first 5,000 fans will receive a Rockies purple T-shirt. Be sure to check out the ticket specials available, including green packs and value packs. But tomorrow, Purple Monday. Wear purple, win prizes.
Clayton Kershaw, the pitcher, with 2 outs and nobody on. De La Rosa looking for a bounce back 1-2-3 inning. Kershaw takes strike 1. He's a good hitting pitcher. He's .267 this year for his career .159, but he's got a homer and he's driven in 19. And you watch him in batting practice, and you might mistake him for a regular outfielder or somebody. Swings it pretty well. Swung through that offering, and he's down 0-2.
I think it was last year, and I'll have to double check with Doug, but last year he hit the home run on opening day at Dodger Stadium. Didn't they win 1-0 or something, and he went all Little League on him?
Yep. It's the first time a pitcher thrown a shutout on opening day and had a home run in Major League history. 0-2 pitch. Chopped it up the first base side. It's a foul ball. But at Coors Field, 4 RBIs, so 4 of his 19 in his career have come here. Wide open stands for Kershaw. The pitch, strike 3 ball. Fair business there. 1-2-3 inning for Jorge De La Rosa. That's exactly what he's looking for, a bounce back. We'll head to the bottom of the second after this.
The Dodgers 2-0. William Rosario about to lead off this inning. If you're a Rockies fan, you should know that on Saturday he had to leave the park about an hour before the game. He was a late scratch. He tells us why.
Yesterday something like, little dizzy and things like this. I said, okay, let me check in with my guys so everything is okay, and I'm glad to nothing negative, everything is good. So we're ready to go today.
Clean bill of health for the baby bull. He has lost some weight since he had that viral infection. They thought it might be that, but I guess he just felt faint and dizzy, guys. And he said sometimes he stays up late at night. He's got a young baby, and he's got to get a little bit more rest. But the bull is ready to hit now. So let's go back to Jerry and Jeff, guys.
All right, Mark, thank you. Here is Willeen Rosario hitting cleanup. Second straight start in that cleanup spot for Willeen Rosario. Hitting the ball much better these days. After he came back from that viral infection, he struggled a little bit with the plate, but starting to find that form again. Ground ball hit hard up the middle. That's a base hit.
Almost on cue. Talking about his swing. After you come back from an illness, you've lost 10 pounds, you don't feel as strong, so you start to do some things hitting wise that you shouldn't. You get into bad habits, but now he's back to where he's staying through the ball better. He's not pulling off with the left shoulder, and that was a prime example.
So he's at first base runner against Clayton Kershaw. Nobody out here in the second. Drew Stubbs is the hitter. Here's a guy swinging the bat well. 6 for 14 the homestand for Stubbs. Kershaw on a stretch for the first time in the game. Stubbs since April 18th, 374 batting average, hit nearly 400 in the month of May. He says the key for him recently has been using the whole field, not trying to pull everything. Here's a pitch that caught the inside edge. Jeff, a lot of guys throw Stubbs inside with that fastball because he crowds a plate or likes to extend the arms. What is that?
Likes to extend the arms, and now he's starting to go the other way, as you mentioned, using the whole field. So they're trying to get him to tie his hands up. So he can't do that because he has the power to hit it out anywhere.
Catcher set up inside. That pitch too far inside and low. 2-1.
And for Drew, he started out 3 for 22. Then Walt managed those outfielders and giving them enough at bats and giving them the time off or days off against the pitchers that weren't a good matchup for them. So they didn't none of them buried themselves, but all of them have flourished.
And all of them will tell you that they appreciate the manager moving them around and keeping them sharp. All the outfielders will tell you that. Swing and a miss on a pitch inside by Stubbs. Talking to Brandon Barnes about that the other day, and he said, you know what, I think I'm probably getting more playing time than I anticipated from the manager.
Well, you look at it coming into the game, or into the season, excuse me, you had Carlos Gonzalez in left, Michael Kadire in right, and it was going to be more of a platoon with Charlie and Drew in center. So Stubbs was going to be the odd man out, and Corey Dickerson was going to have to fight for some at-bats. But then you have injuries and other things happen. But you have to be ready if you're those guys, and both of them were.
Walt says, you know what, we're going to have to use all these guys at some point. There are going to be injuries. There are going to be days off for players. 6 outfielders, but he moved them around pretty well. 2-2 on Stubbs. And the pitch, strike 3 call. 4 strikeouts for Kershaw. 3 of the 4 have been looking with the hitters. You know, who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more runs during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco specials. Liv Moss at Taco Bell. Josh Rutledge getting the start at second base again for the Rockies. LeMahieu's playing third today. And a pitch, a curveball drops in there, strike 1.
I alluded to that back in the first inning. He's not afraid to drop a first pitch curveball in. Everything's not a fastball from Clayton Kershaw. You don't win ERA titles and crowns, whatever, for triple crowns for pitchers unless you can do that.
This one hit foul back to the backstop. 0-2 on Rutledge. Good day for Rutledge yesterday. He had 2 hits in that game. Scored a run, drove in a run for the Rockies. He's only got 8 at-bats against left-handed pitching this year, and he's 4 for 8. Lefty on the mound today, hoping to take advantage of it. Yesterday was his first action in the homestand, and now he's getting back-to-back starts.
Throw out a couple hits, you're going to get that.
Walt likes to do that too. He likes to reward guys who have good games, keep them in there the next day, even though they might be a part-time player. Nudge to the fastball on the outside, but held up 1-2.
Maybe the one manager that doesn't subscribe to that theory would be Kirk Gibson.
That is for sure.
Guys have 2 or 3 hits. They're sitting on the bench the next day.
He did that with a couple of guys, Danny Owings and some others. This one hit to the right and through. Rosario's going to hit for 3. Rutledge will hold at first base. And the inning continues for the Rockies, and Josh Rutledge with the second hit in the inning. First and third, 2 down. Or just 1 out of the inning. My mistake.
When you're 1-2, you spread out, just use the hands. And that's what Josh does. The pitch was away from him, but the positive thing, it was up. Relene sees it go by. He has to wait for it to clear. But then with Romack going so far to the line, knows that you can trot into third. And for Josh Rutledge, that's the first time this year that he started 2 days in a row.
So that button push by Walt Weiss hopefully pays off. Here's Ryan Wheeler. And a pitch, low, ball 1. Lefty on lefty now for Wheeler, who's getting his first start at first base. That's a solo home run, hitting .300 on the year. Michael Kadire not available, and Justin Morneau with the day off today. Quick snap throw to first. Rutledge is back.
And Clayton Kershaw has a good move. Quick to the plate. He sets his hands real high when he comes set, but the glove is positioned to the left side of his body, right by the numbers. Raise the hands up. It's kind of an awkward, but then drop into his delivery.
And that's unlike about anybody I've seen with that motion that he's got. Does it from the stretch, and you watch him here. It's almost like he's reaching up with 2 hands to grab something off a shelf or put something on a shelf.
But then his hand's so far back, so when he starts to drift, he can just pull the ball out of his glove and get it up into his throwing motion quickly.
Swing and a miss by Wheeler. That pitch had him off balance.
Clayton Kershaw from the side. Now we'll just see how he has his hands positioned. Look right there. He'll raise him up and then bring him down. But then as everything starts to come towards the plate, they'll separate quickly.
Not only does he have that good move to first, but he also is really quick to the plate. Snap throw this time. Rutledge is back.
Well, that time it was a snap throw as he was bringing his hands up. So he threw from his ear like a catcher.
Ryan Wheeler trying to beat the odds. Personally, he is 1 for 19 against left-handed pitching in his major league career. Now would be a good time to get number 2. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. 2 down. Every out for Kershaw so far has been a strikeout.
2 swinging, 3 looking.
Now DJ LeMahieu will stand in. DJ's had a good history against Kershaw. 7 for 19 in his career. Came in as a defensive replacement in yesterday's game and got up once and saw the first pitch and hit it for a base hit to left field. Steady hitter is DJ LeMahieu. Not terribly flashy with the bat. He sure is with the glove. Swing and a miss by LeMahieu. Hitting just about the same against righties and lefties. 277 against left-handed pitching and 283 against the righties.
This is where he's been pretty much all year. He might go up a little bit to 300, back down, but it hasn't been the huge drop on the roller coaster, the high highs or the low lows. You mentioned steady Eddie all year.
Pitch is high and tight, 1-1. Walt Weiss is talking about LeMahieu playing third today, and he said, I had a discussion with DJ about that, playing third. I had the plan for him, and I went through it all, and somebody asked him, what was his reaction? He said, sounds good to me.
Well, he's had 21 career starts at third base. First this year, but 3 as a defensive replacement over there, double switches.
bouncing ball foul. Can you imagine that conversation, Jeff? Those are two of the quietest guys I've ever met, Walt Weiss and DJ LeMahieu.
Could you play third? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good luck.
That's it.
Go get him, kid. Get a little rain now here at Coors Field. There's Walt Weiss. He's a man of few words, but when he does speak,
I just think of those old E.F. Hutton commercials.
Yes, sir.
When Walt speaks, people listen.
Talking to Michael Kadire about Walt the other day, he said, you know, we respect that. You don't need a manager just talking to talk. He said, we got Renee Latchman to do that. Here's a pitch to DJ. It's outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Not a heavy rain, but we're getting a little precipitation now.
It's about when they thought it might come in. And a heavy downpour right at noon, 12:15.
First and third, 2 outs for the Rockies. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. He strikes out the side again. This time with a couple of hits mixed in, but no damage. Still 2-0 Dodgers. 3rd inning coming up. Sports is brought to you by Ford Super Duty. Built better, built stronger, built Ford tough. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Big crowd yesterday, same way today, and there's some of them. And the birthday girl, by the way, is on the left, I believe, correct? Clara. There's Clara. She's doing a little dance on her birthday. Happy birthday to Clara. With the rain, she's enjoying things. Lots of umbrellas out now at Coors Field. And again, not a heavy rain, but is steady. 2-0 Dodgers, and they're hitting in the top of the 3rd. They can start the trouble for the Rockies back in the 1st inning with a walk. He stole a base, stole 3rd base eventually, and scored. Switch hitter hits right-handed. De La Rosa bounced back in the 2nd with a 1-2-3 inning. Strike 1. For the Dodgers, game 3 of a 7-game road trip. They'll head to Cincinnati after this to play 4. Just 1 hit so far against De La Rosa, but it was damaging. A 2-run triple by Kemp. It's interesting with the Dodgers hitters against left-handed pitching this year. Overall, they're hitting just .207.
That's last in the major leagues. Rockies are first at .297. That's one way to protect yourself if you don't have just a singular umbrella.
That's the group umbrella there. 1-2 on Figgins.
Hi.
Getting out of the rain. Rockies able to dodge the weather yesterday. Got some rain downtown after the ball game was over last night. We've got it now. That one just missed outside. That was close. De La Rosa thought he had a strike.
We saw Jim Gibson call that strike previous half innings.
That's about where Tulowitzki's called strike 3 was. Now 2-2 to Figgins.
The Rockies were anticipating some rain today because they were loading up the Diamond Dry down in the dugout. A bunch of bags down there to Mark Razum and his crew. They're just sitting back right now, but they put in their work to get this field ready before the game. And I see all the Diamond Dry right over there, just sitting there.
It's on standby. This one hit hard to center field. That's going to drop in front of Stubbs for a base hit. So the second hit today off of De La Rosa. And Figgins down 0-2, comes back for a base hit to lead off the third.
Well, fans, be sure to check out Great Clips charity cuts this Thursday, June 12th. Stop by the Great Clips kiosk near left field for a free haircut from a Great Clips stylist, with all donations going to Colorado Rockies charities.
I don't know if I can wait till the 12th to get a haircut.
I was going to say something, but if you can, hold off. Thursday would be a good day to get one done before the game.
Sounds good. Hanley Ramirez walked as well in the first inning and scored. And he'll pop this one up down the left field line into the rain and some wind and up in the stands. Just a couple of rows. Tulowitzki giving chase from shortstop. LeMahieu from third base and Blackman from left field. Always fun, isn't it, Jeff, as an infielder or an outfielder for that matter, to look up into the rain, try to find a baseball?
Well, I think we have different definitions of fun. I mean, I don't think it's a whole lot of fun when you're looking up and it's got just pelting you in the eye. You're trying to pick up the ball. Where's the stands? It is hard, real hard.
1 strike pitch, low. 1 strike. Ramirez coming off a great year a year ago. He missed about half the season, but I know when the Dodgers went on that roll, 42 out of 50 they won. They talked about everybody did Puig carrying him. Well, this guy did too. 371 in that stretch in those 50 games. And 345 a year ago.
On June 2nd, they were 8.5 games out. They were 9 games under 500. But then they went 69 and 38 the rest of the way.
Just amazing. 42 out of 50 is historic. No other team has ever done that. But they're struggling some this year. Just a game over 500. They kind of, like Jeff said earlier, the spot they were in about this time a year ago. 1-1 is in the dirt. There goes the runner to second base. Throw is out. Figgins thrown out at second base by Rosario.
Think about this homestand, how guys have been sliding into second base and really going so far that they've been going over the bag, but that's when it was dry. Now when it's wet, you have a tendency when you slide to stick, and that's exactly what Figgins did. He went to slide. Willeen Rosario throws the ball on the money, but see how he slows down? Because of the wet ground. It's like throwing down an anchor.
Good call. Great throw by Rosario. That ball squirted away from him, what, 6-7 feet to his left, and able to grab it and throw out the runner who's got a lot of speed. Popped up. Foul ground. Rosario calling for it, and neither one. Neither he nor Wheeler can get it.
There's miscommunication. I don't know if Wheeler called him off because Rosario looked like he was camped underneath it, and then he started to shy away. And looking up, put his glove up, check, see where the stands are, and then he pulls up because he hears Wheeler's footsteps coming. You know, ideally you would like the first or third baseman to call off the catcher because he has all the gear on, but there's sometimes when you run so far that it is easier play for the catcher. I think if he just lets Willeen have that, it's an out.
Next pitch swing and a miss. Didn't matter. They get the strikeout nonetheless. with Ramirez, who takes a slow walk back to the dugout. 2 outs. I think De La Rosa thought it was 3. He started walking. So did Rosario toward the dugout. It's 2 outs.
Trying to get out of the rain. That's all.
Watch Rosario here. All
Yeah,
right, let's go to the
got
dugout.
it.
Yeah, look
Well,
at De La Rosa's with him, too.
The De La Rosa will blame it on Rosario. Rosario say, no, I thought you were walking off.
Adrian Gonzalez, who struck out his first time. 2 outs and nobody on. And the pitch is a breaking ball missed away. Adrian Gonzalez, the #1 pick overall in the draft in the year 2000 by the Florida Marlins. He never played for them. Traded to Texas, and then to San Diego, then to Boston, and now here with the Dodgers. And that pitch is low. 2 balls and no strikes.
Kind of forget about the Texas stop.
Yep. 1 year there with the Rangers. What a hitter. 2-0 is pulled foul of the third base side. 2 balls and a strike on Adrian Gonzalez. De La Rosa, after the triple by Kemp and the 2 walks back in the first inning, has settled in nicely. Struck out 2 hitters after that triple in the first, struck out 2 more in the second inning, and has had a strikeout of Ramirez here in the third. And missed again with that pitch. 3-1. Interesting here, Jeff. The Rockies don't have that big shift on like we saw. Left-handed pitcher, is that the reason?
Well, and it's also playing into Adrian Gonzalez's slump, that he's not pulling the ball with authority like he has in years past. We see more swings like that where it's the opposite field. Don't overcommit. But with shifts, that's what you could do. You don't have to put him on all the time. I mean, for Gonzalez, 21 hits to right field, 23 to center, 14 to left.
There's that spray chart for Gonzalez. 3-2 the count here, and the payoff pitch. You found that one away. Walt Weiss was saying the other day too, Jeff, I thought it interesting. He thinks some teams put shifts on for players just to get it in their head. Play a little head game with them.
They do, to get them out of their comfort zone. Walt was also saying, and I remember this when I was coming up, that really didn't play shifts on people. I mean, a shift to us was 2 steps.
Another payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Strikes 2 more out. He's done that each of the first 3 innings. Jorge De La Rosa finding some traction with the wet weather now. Bottom of the third coming up. 2-0 Dodgers.
The bat, Mark Razum and his grounds crew get the diamond dry on. It is raining here. Let's get you the Coors Light cold hard facts for today, and they have to do with the guy that's going to hit second this inning, Charlie Blackmon. Proof of the kind of year he's having. He came into this season with 39 RBIs. He notched his 40th yesterday. For this year alone, we still have 100 games to go. Also over 200 hits in his career. That ranks him 41st, and now 20 home runs. Also 41st on the all-time list for the Rockies. He is moving up, guys, with the year he is having.
All right, Mark, yeah, what a start to this season for Charlie Blackmon. That hunch that Walt Weiss had in spring training about him was right. Jorge De La Rosa, prior to the at-bat for Blackmon, takes strike one. In spring training, it wasn't even a given that Charlie Blackmon was going to come with the team north. They were still in a competition for a spot in the outfield, but Walt Weiss says, you know, that's my guy. And what the kind of right button was that pushed?
Yeah, I think he also was looking back to last year and what he did in the second half of the season, getting a chance to play every day.
Now ball to Rojas, and easy out. De La Rosa's retired. So one down, back to top of the order. The Rockies in the first inning, all three guys struck out. Blackmon, Barnes, and Tulowitzki. So Charlie is 0 for 1. The key with this guy, isn't it, Jeff? He's healthy now. That's the big thing.
Right. Well, you hurt his foot. Remember that in Atlanta, rounding second base, broke a bone in his foot. Had some other ailments the next year in spring training, but he comes in healthy this year. A second round pick out of Georgia Tech. So it's not like, oh, you know, where did this guy come from?
Charlie said something interesting to us in spring too. He said the injuries, one of them, Jeff, was talking about the bone fracture in his foot. He said best thing that ever happened to him.
You hear players say that.
Yep. Swing and a miss on a pitch that was down 1-1. He said I could sit back and see what I had to do to become a great major league player. He said it kind of just came together in my head, and now I knew what I had to do to execute that. He's in that process now. One is hit well to left center field. Kemp is on the run, reaches up, and he makes a catch. And Slyke, I'm sorry, not Kemp.
So used to saying Matt Kemp in center field for the Dodgers.
Kemp and left is over there as well. But Van Slyke, who's not a fleet-footed outfielder, run that one down nicely.
Well, it helps when you have a 6'5", 6'6" frame. Cover some ground, and Van Slyke did. Just like all outfielders are taught, you run with your glove by your side till you reach up for it. Helps not slow you down.
Now Brandon Barnes, who struck out looking against Kershaw in the first inning. Let that one foul. It's out of play. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Over 300 batting average for Barnes, 309. Swings and misses at a high fastball.
Something that's easier said than done is, but you cannot expand the strike zone against Clayton Kershaw. He has good enough stuff to strike out guys on his own, but when you go to expanding, it makes it so much harder. What was that? Did he slip or just didn't have a grip on the ball?
Nobody on, no balk, so he's just going to reset.
It's like you're on the tee box, you start to take your backswing, you step off, you say, nope.
Didn't feel right. Just didn't feel right.
Again. Now, 9 times out of 10 when a pitcher does that, it's because he was looking for some off-speed pitch in his grip. Well, maybe not. maybe he didn't have the grip on the fastball.
They got some little smile there from Kershaw too.
Well, and Zach Greinke, Dan Haren, they're both laughing too.
Just a little high. Now 1-2 pitch. Bounces up there. Threw one over the catcher's head and bounces one next offering.
That's why I said a moment ago 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
I didn't say 10 out of 10 times.
You hit the 10% right there, didn't you? By the way, the rain has let up. Almost, it hasn't quite stopped yet, but not nearly as hard as it was a few minutes ago. That one bounced towards short. Big hop there for Ramirez. Barnes is out number 2. We'll take a break. The Rockies down 2-0. We'll head to the 4th after this. We're now in the top of the 4th inning. It's time for you to tweet us your Rockies fan photos using the hashtag COFAN photos. So CO fan photo for a chance to have it shown during an upcoming game broadcast. It's brought to you by AT&T. Rain has come back now. It stopped momentarily for 4 or 5 minutes, and now it's coming back. And again, not heavy. A light rain, but steady again here at Coors Field. And in between innings, some diamond dry again put around the infield.
Keep an eye on the mound too, because you don't want the pitcher slipping. That's the primary concern. Does it cake up in the cleats? You lose traction. You see a little bit of it already on Jorge's cleats.
Matt Kemp is the hitter, the left fielder. Tripled in the 2 runs back in the 1st inning. Back-to-back games with triples for Matt Kemp in this series. This ball high and outside and ball 1. He's now 4 for 8 at the plate in the series as Kemp getting warmed up. Midwest City, Oklahoma. Recruited to play basketball at OU. He got very serious about baseball as a junior in high school and then drafted by the Dodgers. That caught the inside edge for a strike. Incredible year in 2011 for Matt Kemp. He had 324 that year, had 39 homers and 126 RBIs. Flirted with the Triple Crown for a lot of that season.
Some people were saying he should have won the MVP award that year. Ryan Braun won it, but then he had the suspension, all this other stuff. So you're thinking, well, take it away from him, give it to Matt Kemp.
A couple of different injuries after that really has slowed him down, and you can see the drop off of the numbers from 2011 to this year at just 245. Still not 100%. That one is bounced foul.
That year in 2011, Ryan Braun garnered 388 points in the voting. 21st place votes. Matt Kemp was second at 332 total votes. Prince fielder Justin Upton. Tulo came in 8th.
2-2 on Kemp. De La Rosa with the pitch. Ground ball left side. That's to the hole in the left field, a base hit. Matt Kemp continues to swing the bat very well for the Dodgers in this series. And the leadoff man is aboard again for the second straight inning.
I want to catch the action when the Atlanta Braves come to town for a 4-game series starting tomorrow through Thursday. Get your tickets today. Ticket deals are available for tomorrow, June 9th.
Scott Van Slyke stands in now. Strikeout victim his first time up. Kemp at first. Pitch is outside. It's ball 1. Back in the third inning, it was a leadoff single for Figgins. Then he got caught stealing. That was out number 1. And then De La Rosa took care of things by striking out Ramirez and Gonzalez in succession. Here's the pitch. Gets in there. It's a strike. 1-1. The Dodgers offense is good but not great. They're 5th in the National League in runs scored, 5th in team batting average. Lately they have slumped some. The homestand they had before they got to Denver didn't hit the ball very well. And like usual, they rely on great pitching, especially starting pitching. Come back to second base. Stepping on the bag is Rutledge over to first. Dug out nicely by Wheeler. Double play.
Well, 2 things happened on that double play. First, Jorge didn't reach up for it and deflect it. He said, oh, I'll just let it go to Josh Rutledge. And then Rut was thinking, do I flip it to Troy or do I take it myself? Watch De La Rosa reach up for the, oh, no, it's already by him. Good thing he didn't touch it. And then Rut, flip it. No, it's easier if there's no transfer. I'm right 2 steps away, step on the bag with my right foot.
2 outs, nobody on. Jamie Romack chops that one foul. Strike 1.
It was a 66th double play for Colorado. That's tied for first in the National League with San Francisco.
Romack, a strikeout victim first time up. De La Rosa struck out the side in the first, and he was number 3 that inning. Swing and a miss. He just waved at that one. A changeup. He was way out in front. 0-2.
Romack, originally a 4th-round pick of the Atlanta Braves.
De La Rosa trying to face the minimum here in the 4th. Here's his pitch. And a ground ball to shortstop. Big hop for Tulowitzki. And there is out number 3. Nicely done again by Jorge De La Rosa. Leadoff single does not hurt. Middle of 4, still 2-0 in Los Angeles. Shot 2 singles for the Rockies. The Rockies trailing 2-0. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning here at Coors Field with some rain coming down. Time for our Steel Tea Cool Stat, brought to you by Steel Tea Heating and Air. Never a trip charge with a repair. That's a $69 value. Go to steeltea.com. Steel Tea. The T stands for trust. You go back several years, ERA leaders in Major League Baseball. Jeff, this one really not even close with Kershaw and Wainwright.
But how about that 4 guys on that list? Felix Hernandez today struck out 15 guys, but Clayton Kershaw, 2.63 ERA. You want to go back even further than that. Since 1920, he has the lowest all-time career ERA among pitchers with 1,000 or more innings and 100 or more starts.
Long fly ball to left. Goodbye, Troy Tulowitzki. Rockies are on the board. Absolutely hammered a fastball from Clayton Kershaw.
That is the 12th home run that Clayton Kershaw has given up at Coors Field. 12th. Troy missed one in his first at bat, hooked one foul. This time there's no hooking on this ball other than when it comes down into the stands. Talk about it. Troy does not miss his pitches. And he didn't miss that one. Boy, fun to watch that swing and then the flight of the baseball.
Marlins Rosario trying to follow things up. You'll look at a breaking ball, and actually a fastball in there for strike 1 on the inside. Number 17 of the season for Tulowitzki.
One more look at this pitch. And then the swing on the home run from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. And belt high, 4-seamer, and a no-doubter.
Swinging and a miss by Rosario. So Clayton Kershaw makes very quick work of Rosario after Tulowitzki's long ball. With that home run, he ties Andres Galarraga with 172 on that home run list in Rockies history. So congratulations to Tulo. So 1 down and a run in, and Drew Stubbs to the plate. Struck out looking against Kershaw in his first at bat, 2nd inning. Strike 1. Stubbs, a former first-round pick of the Cincinnati Reds, played last year with the Indians. And the pitch in there, drops in there, that curveball beautifully.
Drops in is an apt description because it comes out of the hand. Your mind tells you that's a ball, and then it just hits the strike zone. You say, oh, I'm in trouble.
Ball and 2 strikes on Stubbs. His alma mater, University of Texas, in the College World Series. They just got in yesterday with a win. He is a proud alumnus and Longhorn. Just 3 for 17 in his career now against Clayton Kershaw. That one's in the dirt as well. Evens the count at 2-2.
Grew up in the state of Texas. Now makes his home in Austin. In the Austin area.
From Atlanta, Texas. Population 5,200. Foul tipped and held on by the catcher. 2 outs. Time for the Colorado Lottery NL West standings. Play the new Western Scratch Games, Cash Stampede, Wild West Poker, and Colorado Crossword. Instant winning, endless possibilities with the Colorado Lottery. Giants atop by a mile. 9.5 games over the Dodgers. Rockies are 11.5 back, and the Padres and the D-backs not too far behind. Both those teams playing better baseball these days.
The Giants beating the Mets in the 4th inning, 4-2. Out in the Bay Area.
Josh Rutledge looks at strike 1, singled his first time up to right field. Still a light rain falling in downtown Denver. Pitches inside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rockies trying to win back-to-back games for the first time since May 18th through the 20th. Day off in between those two. They won 2 in a row, and that's been it. Got game 2 yesterday, down 2-1 here. Foul ball off the bat of Rutledge. Since May 8th, when the Rockies had their high water mark, they were 22-14, 8 games over 500. They've gone 7-18.
We're looking to improve to 8-1-1 in series at home.
The one losing series was on this homestand against Arizona. Rutledge, a ground ball hit hard, but right at Figgins, their second baseman. Going over to first, and that's that for the Rockies in the 4th. But they get on the board on the long ball by Troy Tulowitzki. Good game, 2-1 Dodgers. Inning stretch to good use. Sign up for First Bank Spring Checking at efirstbank.com. Back in the first inning, a 2-run triple by Matt Kemp put the Dodgers on the board. Troy Tulowitzki in the bottom of the 4th, a solo home run. And Jorge De La Rosa, a long first inning. He had a couple walks prior to that triple by Kemp. He has 75 pitches now, and 35 of those came in inning number 1. This is our First Bank game recap. We're in the top of the 5th inning. 7, 8, 9 facing De La Rosa in this inning for the Dodgers. Miguel Rojas is first. Fly to right the first time up. Light but steady rain. Diamond dry being applied in between just about every half inning now. De La Rosa 44 strikes, 31 balls. Early on he was throwing a lot more balls than strikes, but he's reversed that now.
That's good because you have a chance with that home run. You're just down by a run. Get through this inning. Your offense a chance to at least tie it up, maybe go ahead and Kershaw be on the right side of things for Jorge. But with this diamond dry in the rain, I've noticed the infielders, they've had to move in a step or two. You can't play as deep because when you catch the ball, you can't throw it as hard over to first. So you gotta shorten the distance down.
That one hit well to left field. Going back is Blackman, but this one's going to hang up, and Charlie's going to make the catch shy of the track. That's a Toyota Talk inning here this afternoon, and here is our first question. Terry, do you make any big changes stylistically with TV versus radio? I guess that one's for me, isn't it? Try to talk less because I've got a play-by-play guy, which I do on the radio, but not as much on TV, and kind of just let the graphics and the picture speak for itself. Be more of a host than a play-by-play guy. So that's really the transition.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you had to put on a tie.
That too.
Because you normally just show up in a golf shirt and a hat.
Tell everybody that.
That's what I thought he meant by stylistic.
Now, as I recall, you had a golf shirt on yesterday for the broadcast.
A couple
correct?
days ago, yeah. Right. Yeah, a couple days ago. but since you're here, I put the tie on again.
You got to blame that one on me,
Yes.
aren't you?
Although I don't mind it today with the weather.
Yeah, exactly.
56 degrees right now. But welcome. It's fun to have you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Drew's just enjoying a day off, folks, in case you're wondering.
Yeah, I just popped in. Nobody was doing play-by-play, so here I am.
You kicked Drew out.
Yeah, I kicked Drew out. So he's out. He's trying to play golf or something in this weather. That's not happening either. So good ball game here, Huey. I mean, these pitchers are kind of doing what we thought they were going to do.
Yeah, we talked about that in our open, folks. With this two left-handers, and not a lot of guys racing to the bat rack to take quality swings against him. Jorge, 2 walks to start off the game, gave up the triple. Since then, he settled down, and Clayton Kershaw, the home run to Troy. But 2 of the top left-handers in not only in National League West, but the National League.
That's what we thought it would be to this point in the ball game, anyway. And 2-1 is our score. 1-2 on Butera, struck out his first time. That's fouled away. Another question from our Toyota Talk inning. We hear a lot about pitching prospect. Who's the most promising hitter in the Rockies farm system? Jeff, you want to take a crack at that?
Well, I think I go down a little bit to the lower levels. I mean, you got Dahl down there. David Dahl is, to me, one of the top guys that you have. You have Kyle Parker down in AAA. A lot of power. McMahon also.
Yeah,
Ryan McMahon.
Yep.
Saw him this spring, and I just really enjoyed watching his swing.
He's got double figures in homers now.
Young kid out of high school last year.
Yep. David Dahl, we put on that list. He's really starting to come together too with his swing. First round pick a couple years ago by the Rockies. Full count on Butera.
Heard some bad news today about Winkler down in AA. He had to come out of his start. He's got to look at his elbow here in the next couple days.
I've not heard that. Wind has picked up some as well. Ground ball to short. Troy Tulowitzki. 2 gone. Let's get another question in. Any news on Anderson, Chatwood, and Lyles on their returns?
Still a ways away.
Yep.
I mean, it's not the news I don't think anybody wants to hear, but they're just starting throwing again. Lyles is not throwing at all. He's got to wait for at least a week or 2 to see how that hand goes, but he could still throw. Lyles might be the one guy, because it's on his left hand, that he can keep his arm in shape and come back whenever he can put the glove back on his hand.
Jordan looking through the rain. I think it's going to take some pain tolerance. That might be real key for him too, because you're going to catch that baseball with that left hand that had the fracture on it and see how it feels. And I would guess at least 3 more weeks, we were told, with Jordan Lyles. They're on the All-Star break for the other 2. Clayton Kershaw, 1 ball, 1 strike.
In case you hadn't heard, Christian Bergman is going to start tomorrow for Colorado, making his major league debut.
Atlanta Braves in town. Gavin Floyd will get the start in game 1 of 4 for the Braves. He's got beat 2 games to 1 in Atlanta on that last trip. Strike called on Kershaw.
Trying to shake his helmet, and the water drops that are coming off the bill of the helmet. See how much longer they let this go.
Yeah, it's coming down a little harder now.
That's what.
He doesn't want it to end.
No.
He's having too much fun under that plastic.
Yeah.
Well,
ought to be young.
That's exactly right. Well, Mom, we're kind of keeping dry. Not really, not totally, but sort of.
Still having fun.
Yeah. 1-2 on Kershaw. He's hanging around, fouls another one back. Kershaw, wonderful human being off the field, all kinds of humanitarian awards. He does a lot of work in Africa with his wife. They have financed and helped run an orphanage in Zambia, and a lot of charity work in Los Angeles and his hometown of Dallas. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
always nice to hear about guys doing that and helping others out that are not as fortunate. But Kershaw's done it since he was a rookie.
2-2 now. And they finally got it. Swing and a miss. 1-2-3 inning for Jorge De La Rosa. Since that first inning when he allowed the 2, he has been very good for the Rockies. 1-run game. Bottom 5 coming up.
The field, we go bottom 5, 2-1 ball game. Dodgers leading with Clayton Kershaw on the hill. One of the best pitchers in the game. We've been talking about it all game long. DJ LeMahieu came into this game hitting .368 against him, and we asked him a little bit about Clayton Kershaw. This was in spring training.
I feel like he's one of those pitchers I feel like I got nothing to lose against because he is the best. So I just try to compete and try to raise my game, and I know, you know, he's the best pitcher in the league. So you know, I really try to get up for him, and you know, but at the same time, he's also one of the nastiest pitchers I've faced. So as well as I've hit him, he can make me look pretty bad sometimes too.
Oh, but that's an interesting approach. He figures he's got nothing to lose against Clayton Kershaw, and guys, he will hit second in this inning.
All right, Mark, thank you. Jeff, you and I were talking off the air before we started this ball game today and asked you about Kershaw. And you said, yeah, I think as a hitter, you go up there looking for a fastball early. Well, that's what Tulowitzki did anyway.
Yeah, you have to, because you can't fall behind. You can't think, well, I'll just set him up for a pitch later on in this at-bat. No, he's not going to give you many of those, so hit the first one. Dale Scott was talking that whole half inning. Dale Scott's a crew chief. He's the one now. The game's in his hands, whether you continue or not. But he was talking to Mark Razum. What's going to happen with the weather? They threw some more diamond dry out there. Scary thing, though, was the lightning and the thunder that just happened before we came back on the air.
Ryan Wheeler is the first hitter in this inning against Kershaw. Strikeout victim first time.
I think they're just trying to get it through this fifth inning to make it an official game.
Yep. Wheeler takes high, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. A little heavier now with the rain. And as Jeff said, we've got thunder and lightning as well during the break. We had a heavy thunder boom and some lightning a couple seconds apart. Swing and a miss by Wheeler. 2-1. Rockies took 2 of 3 from the Dodgers in Los Angeles at the end of April. Winning record against the Dodgers a year ago, they went 10-9. That's high and tight. 3-1 is the count. When Kershaw first came up, first year and a half, basically, he had trouble with command. He walked a lot of guys. Boy, that is not the case anymore.
He had just 7 walks coming into the game in 43 and a third inning. It's not unusual for a young pitcher to come up and struggle with command. I mean, I think back to Randy Johnson. You think of Nolan Ryan, all those guys. They struggled with command.
Now the payoff pitch to Wheeler, and he keeps his at bat alive with a ground ball foul. Tough matchup for a left-handed hitter. Tough matchup for anybody, especially a guy that swings left-handed like Ryan Wheeler. Always getting as many right-handed bats as he could in the lineup today, but short-handed without Kadire. And that one fouled away.
This looks like a kind of a candlestick day right now. But the numbers for the Rockies against left-handers, now Clayton Kershaw is one of the best, so I mean, just expect you're going to go out and hit 297 against him. But they lead all of baseball, and the Dodgers are last.
Rockies have a winning record against left-handed starters this year. Again fouled away. This is a good at bat here for Wheeler, if nothing else, making him throw some extra pitches. Kershaw struck out all 3 in the first, struck out all 3 in the second.
Well, the other thing that's hard for a hitter now is you can't pick up rotation coming out of the hand.
Wheeler hits one right to the center fielder, Van Slyke, and he reaches up and makes a catch.
He almost misjudged that.
Well, hit well by Wheeler, but boy, Van Slyke had it played perfectly.
It's like it raindrops in his eyes, but he comes in. First couple strides are in, then he readjusts his course and goes back.
DJ LeMahieu struck out first time against Kershaw when he struck out the 3 in the second inning. And that pitch is chopped foul up the third base side. DJ, when hitting in the 8th spot, he's doing that today, is a 275 hitter. That's the best in the National League for guys hitting in that spot. Saw him hit second in yesterday's game. He doesn't mind where he hits, doesn't mind where he plays defense either. He'll hit that one to third, backing up. That's a fair ball. Rojas, a long throw, and out at first base. Gonzalez jumped and came down to the bag.
And this ball did not miss hitting third base by just a couple inches. Right down the line, Alan Porter makes the call. And this ball hit in front of the bag, and it mentioned the wet throw and the wet baseball. Adrian Gonzalez goes high to get it and then comes back down on the outfield side of first base. Boy, how is there not a collision there?
De La Rosa looks at ball 1. With the ball in play against Kershaw last time, grounded out to third. Interesting there, Rojas at third base was playing up for De La Rosa, and Kershaw looked at him and backed him up. Balls and no strikes. Rockies in a stretch of 16 out of 22 at home, beginning with this homestand. That's outside. 3 balls and no strikes. Folks, thanks for tweeting us your questions to Toyota Talk. For more answers to your questions, visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM, where our game analysts will answer your bonus Toyota Talk question before the end of the game. Here's a strike. He's taken all the way. 3-1. Swing and a miss. Full count on the pitcher De La Rosa. 2 outs and nobody on. 2-1 Dodgers. We're in the bottom of the 5th. Just 72 pitches thrown by Kershaw to this point.
See if he even swings.
He does. Swing and a miss. 1, 2, 3, and again for Clayton Kershaw. Both pitchers are rolling. We'll head to the 6th inning. 2-1 Los Angeles. Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. By Xfinity, ask about the X1 platform to make your future awesome. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. It's a wet one in downtown Denver this afternoon on this Sunday. Diamond Dry being applied in between each half inning. There's Mark Razum with the crew chief, Dale Scott, talking things over. That's not Mark Razum, is it? Those are 2 umpires. My mistake. That's one way to keep the rain out.
Mark was talking to Dale Scott throughout that whole half inning. Came through some extra Diamond Dry on. They have moved some of the people from the upper deck. Just going to move them down and out of harm's way.
Top of 6 in the top of the order for the Dodgers. Sean Figgins has been on base twice today. He has stolen a base and been caught stealing once. He has scored a run. Dodgers got 2 runs way back in the first inning. Pitch is right there, strike 1. A walk for him first time up, and then a single in the third, and then got caught stealing. Former Rockies farmhand is Sean Figgins. Did a couple of years in the minors for Colorado. Looking to bunt, and he took it for a ball, 1-1. Jeff, I got a question for you. The red numbers on the Dodgers uniforms. Any idea what the history is or background is for that?
Make them easier to see.
Exactly right, for TV. When the Dodgers first started local TV broadcasts, that was the change. They started wearing red numbers on the jerseys so the announcers could see them better. Good call.
Red on the front and then blue on the back.
One and 2 on Figgins. Just missed.
For Jorge today, 4 ground ball outs, couple flyouts, 8 strikeouts. That is a season high for Jorge. Go ahead and make it 9 right here.
Yep. Off a 1-2-3 5th inning. This one pulled right to DJ LeMahieu. Was able to corral that one. Allowed out, but out nonetheless.
Oh, ball's hooking on you as a third baseman from the right-handed hitter. Hook, hook. DJ goes up. It still goes up with the 2 hands because it's not too high. Just everything that DJ does is fundamentally sound. And it helps to be 6'4".
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And from what we know, and he's regular second baseman, tallest second baseman in Major League history is what I was told anyway. DJ LeMahieu. Maybe not third baseman, but certainly at second. One down for Hanley Ramirez. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. And he pulls out one foul. I think, Jeff, it'll be interesting to see what happens with Ramirez when the season is over. He is a free agent, and the Dodgers have not made any indication about whether they want to bring him back or will bring him back.
It kind of depends on who they have down in their farm system. If they think that he's ready, and they got a prospect down at AAA. But Hanley Ramirez is a special type of player. You just don't find those guys very often.
Talented guy. A lot of folks think he'll move to third eventually. He has played third base a bunch in his career.
Doesn't like it. He likes to play shortstop.
It's like Matt Kemp doesn't like to play left field, but he's playing there these days. 1-1. And that one's way out of here. Oh, did he crush that baseball? Onto the concourse. 3-1 Los Angeles. That's the talent that we was just talking about.
Wow, onto the concourse and then through the opening out in left field to the back parking lot. That ball is on its way to Fort Collins.
Wow.
Pitch number 99 from De La Rosa from the Mike Shaw Subaru Superma. Oh, it was a split finger hanger. And Hanley Ramirez just tattoos this ball up on the concourse, and then there's an opening behind there. It bounces through that and into the parking lot. Left-hand side of the screen. Right through this opening right there. The ball keeps bounding.
Wow. That's a condominium project on the other side of the parking lot that you saw the ball heading toward. So the two shortstops today with long home runs, two of the best hitting shortstops of the game we see today, and they have not disappointed. Just the fourth hit off of De La Rosa on the day. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Dodgers. It's in there for a strike. 2-1 on Gonzalez, who was struck out twice today. Career home run number 188 for Hanley Ramirez.
10th this season.
That's outside. 3-1.
Matt Belisle in the Rockies bullpen.
Matty warming up. Bullpen trying to find some traction these days, the Rockies. Other than one pitch, pretty good yesterday. That's outside, ball 4. So 2 strikeouts, then a walk for Gonzalez today.
Matt Kemp, a couple hits off of De La Rosa. 104 pitches. Won't let him throw to him. Does he wait? A couple more pitches for Matt. Matt's ready. Just looking down in the bullpen. Showing the confidence in De La Rosa.
He's doing that. 2 hits, like Jeff said, a triple and a single in this game for Kemp. Triple in the 2 runs in the first inning. It's low and outside. The last time up, a single to start the 4th, and then the Rockies turned the double play that went 4-3. And big numbers against De La Rosa, hitting 406 against him. 3 homers, 13 for 32 in his career. Always hit well against lefties. That's low, 2-0. Almost like that home run got him just a little bit rattled.
It's a case where I made a mistake with an off-speed pitch. I'm trying to find it again with the fastball, and Just missing my spots, missing location.
Dangerous count for a dangerous hitter, Matt Kemp. 1 out, Gonzalez at first. 2-0 is low, 3 balls and no strikes. Right-handed hitter on deck in Scott Van Slyke.
And in the 107 pitches for De La Rosa. That will be a season high for him. 104 back on the 7th of May at Texas.
3-0, he's taking 3 balls and 1 strike. Mattingly, 4th year as a manager of the Dodgers. A wonderful playing career he had. 14 years. 1984 American League batting title as ball 4 to Kemp. So after the home run by Ramirez, back-to-back walks for De La Rosa, he might just be pushing the accelerator and nothing's happening right now. Back-to-back walks to begin the ball game. He's going to have him to end his stint today as well. Here comes Walt Weiss. 3-1, the Dodgers lead. They scored 2 runs first inning, and then a long home run in this inning by Hanley Ramirez. And then after that, back-to-back walks and 109 pitches. Like Jeff said, that's a season high with a pitch count for De La Rosa, and he is done. Matt Belisle on the way in. We'll come back in a moment. We're in the top of the 6th inning with a pitching change as well. Reminder, the day after every Rockies win, get 40% off your online order at Papa John's. Enter the promo code ROXWIN, ROXWIN at papajohns.com. So that's it for De La Rosa. Matt Belisle, the Rockies right-hander, takes over.
Talk about the bullpen trying to find some traction. Matt's one of those guys. Although his last outing was good against the Dodgers. It was on Monday night. Or excuse me, Friday night. 1 inning, 1 strikeout. Pretty quick inning of work, 8 pitches.
It was a good bounce back appearance for Matt Belisle, because the appearance before that was one to forget. An inning where he gave up 5 earned runs. Game against Arizona. This one hit foul. No balls and 2 strikes on Van Slyke. 1st and 2nd, 1 out for the Dodgers. Van Slyke is struck out, hit into a double play.
Boy, the wind has really picked up now. It's just blowing straight in from center field.
Here's some more thunder and the rain getting a little harder now. Strike 3 call. Caught the inside corner with a cut fastball. And Slyke did not agree with the home plate umpire. 2 down.
trying to set him up after pitching him away for the first 2 pitches and gets the call. It's like might have had an argument. That was inside, but Trip Gibson thought it was a strike. Matt Belisle will take it. De La Rosa will take it.
Lyle really likes to work quick, and I think here now Jamie Romack trying to slow him down a little bit calls time. The right-handed hitter for Belisle, and a pitch, a breaking ball missed outside here.
Well, you want to work quick in these conditions. You don't want the guy standing around in the defense behind you.
That one hit well in the gap in left center field. That's going to score at least one. Hits off the base of the wall. 1 run is scored. Another run will score. It's a 2-run double for Jamie Romack. His first major league hit, and it's a double, and it drives in 2, 5-1 to Los Angeles. Matt Belisle had him down. A quick out with Van Slyke and a strikeout. Different story with Romack.
This was cut through the teeth of this wind. Well, that was just a fastball down and in, and the hips go and everything follows. Romack to the base of the wall in center field. Kept it below whatever wind there was.
And that's a base hit up the middle. That'll score another run for the Dodgers.
Back-to-back first hits.
There, Miguel Rojas with his first major league hit. First hit today, I should say.
Yes.
To drive in this run, so it's 6-1 Los Angeles.
Rojas single up the middle. Hits out in front of home plate. Matt reached behind his back to snag it. Hopper and scores Romack.
2 outs now, and the hitter Drew Butera, the catcher, and a 1-hopper to short. Tulowitzki with a tough hop, but he handled that, and the inning comes to an end. Dodgers score 3 more times. Check it, 4 more times in this inning. They have a 6-1 lead heading to the bottom of the 6th at Coors Field in the rain. Back in a moment. The 2 teams have beaten the weather for the past couple of hours, but Mother Nature catching up right now. The rain coming down much heavier. Wind really blowing here at Coors Field, and we have the field tarped. 6-1. The Dodgers have the lead. The Rockies were coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning, and we we saw this coming, Jeff, and we saw the weather forecast coming, and we thought maybe at the beginning of the ball game we'd get delayed. Didn't happen there, but now it's coming down real good in downtown Denver.
And you started to see glassing on the infield, and that's always the key for an umpire when you see that, because you can't have enough diamond dry to cover those areas, and it becomes too dangerous to play. And then finally, Dale Scott, I've seen enough. It's been raining, but they can't continue to do this and keep pouring it on there. So you're just going to have to cover the field and then see if you can resume play in a little bit.
Well, we'll see what happens. So obviously we're in a weather delay, a rain delay here at Coors Field. 6-1, Dodgers have the lead. So we'll go to alternate programming now. Rockies Real Time featuring Michael Kadire will keep you updated on the weather.